Starting soon.
Alright, hello everybody, and welcome to another stream. Today, oh my god, today, I have been dreading this moment for so long. I need to actually figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do with the simulation logic for the Flying Sand Simulator. So, that's what I'm doing today. I'm gonna talk about that. Try to figure out what the heck I am going to do for that, because yeah, there's a lot to think about. I have been dreading working on the simulation aspect of the Falling Sand simulation for a long time, because it's the hardest part, honestly. It's the beef of the entire program, so like, yeah, I gotta make it work. So, I'm gonna lower my desk a tad bit. There we go. The cat decided to sit in my chair, so I'm sitting on the arm of my chair. So, that's lovely. But yeah, I really need to figure out what I'm gonna do about the simulation, how I want to deal with the simulation logic and all that. And I guess today is just gonna be kind of chatting about it, I suppose. Not really, like, probably not really doing anything. We'll see. Kind of depends. If there's like people in chat, I'll probably chat with them about it. But if it's just me today, things are a little quiet today, then I'll probably just maybe start doing some code or something. Ads start in a few seconds, so I'll probably wait those out. Wait for people to flow in a little bit. Okay, so redeem has been reset. I might do some stream overlay stuff today as well. There's a few things that have been kind of bothering me that I need to kind of fix, so might work on that as well. if I end up getting really bored of the sand sim stuff. So I might turn the music down just a tad bit. I feel like it's a little bit too loud. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. I want it to be hearable, I just don't want it to be super loud that you don't understand what the hell I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, so I have also created a Discord server for streaming specifically. Oh, fuck, I forgot about the ads. God damn it. I'll wait for ads. We'll wait for ads. Someone stole my chair, and now I have to sit on the arm of my chair instead of on the chair. Maybe if I give her bed. Yeah, what's up? She's so cute. She's a cute kitty. Info. To do a favor real quick. Depends. Alright, welcome back from ads, everybody. Give me a few seconds here, just setting some stuff up. Alright, so I actually just well, I didn't create this, but I repurposed it, I should say. I guess I should actually deal with these, get rid of that. Discord, SMH. Okay. Copy link. So, I have finally created a Discord server for my streaming stuff specifically. I do have another Discord server that I use. I just always called it my chat Discord server, but if you find a link to it, you're welcome to join, but it's mainly at this point it's just for like me and friends and online friends and stuff. Like, I'm not gonna take down the public invite link, probably not for a long time, but mainly just I don't know, like the whole server is kind of designed around us, you know, having our chats and stuff, even though it's kind of a dead server anyway, but it's kind of designed around that, and I feel like it would just be clutter to like add the streaming stuff to it, like channels for streaming specifically and stuff. So I decided to repurpose my old programming Discord server that I event I had created it and all that, and then I like decided that because I was just I was a very very small creator still, and I wasn't very well known among anybody anyway. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to like move all this stuff to my chat Discord, but now I'm growing on Twitch and stuff. I feel it's nice to have a Discord community of your chatters and viewers and stuff. So I decided to repurpose it for that. Because honestly, it never was going to be a programming Discord server of mine anyway. I really don't want one. I hate programming Discord servers sometimes. They're just, I don't want to manage one. But, yeah, having that, welcome to join it. I'm sure if you scroll through here, you can find my chat Discord as well. The other thing too is I just don't want like a whole bunch of random people joining my chat Discord server, because like I don't mind, the occasional someone comes in, they want to say hi or whatever the hell, like I just don't like if I became really popular all of a sudden, I don't want a bunch of people in there, honestly, because I'm also not very private about things on there, so like I'm sure if you really tried, you could dox me in some ways. At least if you really really tried. But not a huge issue. It's just like the server's already like a mess, and I just didn't want to add more things to it and clutter it. I'd rather just have a separate server for stream stuff, so that's what I have. I'm sure there's some interesting conversations in the server that I used to have. Me being an idiot. But yeah. Enough of the Discord talk. I do need to, I guess, advertise the Discord more. So I guess that's probably something I'll add to the stream overlay. Let's get some code up on screen though. Okie dokie. I guess I could do something like this, and then actually just pin the message. Manually unpinned. Starlit Frost 2, what's up? How's it going? It's going good. Doing some programming and stuff. You remember me? You might have to at least tell me like a project you worked on maybe or something. I do not. I'm not entirely sure. Unless you're in the Discord. I feel like I recognize the username. Glad to hear that? Yeah. How are you doing, by the way? Digital artist? Not ringing any bells. Are you in the Discord? You're good? That's good. Check Discord? Okay. Starlit Frost 1. Hopefully the permissions aren't messed up in here. Which Discord? Because I have 2 now. Okay, fucking streamer mode turn off. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Hello. Oh, you're that person. Okay. You're trying to sell me art at some point. Glad to see that you are affiliated now. Yep. Finally made it. Actually, yesterday I had a really good stream too. I got rated twice and had an average 14 viewers, which is a huge spike because I've never had that many average, I'm pretty sure. So that was a pretty good stream. But yeah, I think I even peaked like 40 viewers. I didn't really look at the stats that much. It was just you know, I have to look at the stats. Like, they're there. I gotta look at them. But, like, I don't, like, dig too deep into them. Because I don't care that much. But, like, I do care. Like, of course I care. I want viewers. Of course I want viewers. Who doesn't? I don't want to be streaming to nobody. I mean, I don't mind streaming to nobody. But at the same time, I want to stream to people. Well, so you are affiliated now so we can work on emotes now? Nah, I don't really need. Can I send you my emotes on Discord? You could DM them to me, but like I don't really need emotes that much right now. I also don't have any money, so I am completely broke right now. I'm playing with a stack of sticky notes. BRB? Okay. Okay. So I guess I need to talk about the actual simulation stuff. What kind of updates are Twitch doing? Okay. Okay, so particles chunk. This is mainly where shit needs to be reworked. For some reason I keep getting an exception here on remeshing, which is interesting. Or a segmentation fault. Now, I don't know if it's chunk loading or chunk saving that's... I mean, this could be more efficient as well. Wackery Smackery, welcome. Join the new Discord. Or the streaming Discord, I should say. It's in the pins. Join it. Or else. So I need to figure out how to deal with simulation now. Because, Frost 3, welcome. Also, don't forget to redeem first, everybody. Or second, or third, or late. No one fucking redeems anything. SMH. Unless you're saving up your points, but it only costs one point. Yeah, there you go. Finally. People always forget. You gotta be first. I had that one idea on how to multi-thread it, but it might not work in C++. Yeah. I don't know if I want to really mess with multi-threading as much necessarily. I think I just need to figure out how to actually like make the simulation efficient. I don't know why my webcam keeps freezing. It's kind of annoying. There's a cat pawing at me. What do you want? I'm just feeling things, ghost feelings. She's laying on my chair, so I can't really use my chair. But yeah, I've been trying to think how I want to deal with simulation. Ideally, the, like... Yeah, I don't know. The main thing that makes things difficult is chunks. At least, like, the predefined chunks. Having to deal with particles being able to move between chunks is the main thing that's problematic. Chunks are beautifully amazing for everything else. So, like, and, like, you probably get away with not using threads. At least not as much. I just don't know how I would do stuff. Because one idea I had is that like particles that are in need of updating, you select an area around that. Like you break it up into multiple areas and then you just simulate the entirety of those areas. But like, I don't even know how to do that. Each chunk has a mutex that is locked when it's updating. I've already got that. When you need to access a neighboring chunk, you try to lock that chunk. If it's locked already, defer that particle until later, when it's unlocked. Then, when dispatching updates, you shuffle the chunk array so that chunks that are nearby aren't likely to be updated simultaneously. I cannot fucking speak today. Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah. One thing I've also thought is just like updating chunks in like a checkerboard pattern, and then you're way less likely to be moving particles into a chunk. But then the other problem that you run into, I guess the problem is then the same when particles move into another chunk, except on a diagonal, I guess, but it's maybe just pretend that's not a problem. Doing a checkerboard does remove some issues, supposedly, but the main issue is that if a particle moves into it's during, say doing the first update, right? A particle moves into another chunk. Then that chunk that the particle moved into is updated. Now the particle got moved twice in the same update cycle. So you gotta like pair it. But then the other problem is dealing with like remeshing. So if, for instance, a particle moves into a chunk that has already been updated, now you need to mesh that chunk, but you probably don't want to do that every time that happens. You probably want to do that after all chunks have been updated. So like now things start getting really complicated. Right, but then like you gotta have 2 update cycles that go over all the chunks and or more. So it gets complicated, and ideally what I would have is just the entirety of the simulated area is all in one data structure that can be queried somehow. This is where octrees are really nice, at least in terms of functionality, because you can query an area and get the particles that are in that area. I don't know about, speed or anything. I have not really messed with it, because the downside to octrees is that all implementations I've been able to find don't have a way to really remove items from it, just because the way that the octrees are made, it just means that you have to like re-update the structure of it. And so usually when you update an octree, you usually update you remake the entire data structure. You have to make a new copy of it every time you want to modify a single element in it. Or at least the position of an element, I should say. So, like, not great. Works. Octrees are amazing for voxels, don't get me wrong, especially if you're making a Minecraft clone, because remaking the entire octree structure for a chunk when you break a block is cheap. It's not a problem. But when you have, say, a lot of particles moving all at once, or a lot of voxels changing all at once, so, like, but the other thing is I want to do away with chunks, so that makes it worse, because if all of the particles that are in the simulation area, at least, are in one octree, then there's some issues. But yeah, I guess one thing I should work on then is I want to make the render distance bigger. I also kind of want to change how chunks are loaded in, so it's not necessarily like chunks around the player at all times, because otherwise it's like every time you move into another chunk, it's gonna try to fucking load in all the chunks. It'd probably be better to like I don't know, it's a lot of work to think about how to deal with that. Yo, Wackery, thank you for joining the other Discord. I shall give you a special role called Sword Holder. I do not know what permissions this role has in this Discord, but you shall have it. Because I'm pretty sure it's the mod role. I'm still working on this Discord server, so... Let chunks to update equal whatever. Chunks to update is not empty, update chunks. Dispatched other thread to update lock. Yeah. It's a lot of work. I want to try not to do too much multi-threading if I can help it. the most multi-threading I want to do is keeping the whole simulation pipeline on its own thread. But like, because that way if it does lag or something, it doesn't lag the graphics, the rendering and stuff. You might also be able to do it per particle instead of per chunk. Maybe. Instead of updating chunks, you update particles. Yeah, I mean, the other problem is that I have right now is the update queue very obviously causes some problems. As you can see, there are a lot of floating things left over because for some reason they have decided to be problematic. Also, some of these can't actually be deleted for some reason. I think they're like actually outside of the chunk boundary somehow. Yeah, like these I can't delete. I think they've moved outside the chunk boundary rather than going inside of another chunk. That way you don't have to deal with particle being updated multiple times. Yeah, but how would I deal with doing that? I suppose then what I would need is something to like collect all the particles that need to be updated and maybe like areas around them as well. Do one big global update of that and then like figure out how the fuck to merge that into... Oh look, the chair cat got my chair back. How to merge that back into the chunks, if that makes any sense. So like, cat spotted. Oh yeah, you can see her. She's so cute. I'm gonna sit. So I guess you could probably do that. Oh yes, it feels so nice to sit. So like, how do I explain this? I don't even know if it would work. But basically you keep a global like queue of all the positions. I don't know if that doesn't make sense. Somehow you need to know particles that need to be updated. I guess you like pop particles that need to be updated out of a chunk. So like you pop the particle out of the chunk and into some like global queue or something. The particle gets updated in the global thing, and then based on its position it gets put back into a chunk. And then if the said chunk, because it's been updated, gets remeshed once the operation of adding everything's complete. And then you just pop everything back out. I don't fucking know. I feel like that's opportunity for particles to get lost, though. And, like, at that point, you might as well just have one global thing of all the particles, then. I guess... Would it be too computationally expensive to have a global thing of all the particles, or the simulated ones, I should be specific, have a global thing of all of those, and then the chunks that are in the simulation area, you just, every time there's a simulation, you just completely override all those chunks with whatever the particle state is. And if the chunk does have any changes, or maybe not completely overwrite, but like some more efficient operation, I'm sure, but essentially overwrite all the chunks with the updated version and then remesh them. How do you store all those particles? Do you have infinite RAM? What do you mean? I'm not simulating the entirety. I'm not simulating the entire world. That's impossible. That's why I have a simulation area. I guess there's fucking ads. God damn it. Fucking ads. They pay me money, but fuck. I'm gonna hydrate. Ads. Did you ever get runners set up? No, I fucking told you why I didn't get them set up. I don't know if you can actually hear me. I'll wait for ads. Hi, Sriracha. You're a cute cat. Man, this is the longest ad break ever. You know what? While I wait, I'm gonna fix my RGB on my mouse. For some reason, it turned off. I can't hear you, by the way. I know, because ads. Welcome back from ads? What do you mean you can't hear me? They're advertising Google AI to me? Ew. What do you mean you can't hear me? Back from ads? Is that why you couldn't hear me? Because you're watching ads? Yeah, I figured. Okay, good. I thought I had a microphone issue or something. I'm like, hello? Okay. So I'm not simulating the entire world. Right now, I'm only simulating what you see here. Like, every chunk that is loaded in is simulated, or the simulation is called on it. It only simulates positions that are in the queue, or each chunk only simulates the positions that are in a queue. So if there's nothing in the queue, nothing happens. But yeah, so the simulation area will be probably much smaller than render, because I would like to be able to render a lot more chunks than this, so you can see out very far. But I'll probably only simulate like a 5x5 around the player for it's probably be configurable depending on your hardware, but realistically I should probably turn it back down to a 5x5. But yeah, so I'm not simulating the entire fucking universe. I'm just simulating this small area. And to answer your question about getting runners set up, no, I didn't. I thought I already expressed why I didn't do that. I'm pretty sure they won't work because my server can't access itself from itself. If the web request goes through the proxy, it just can't. You can't even ping. It just doesn't work. I don't know why. And I can't really be bothered to figure out why right now, because I do not understand what I even need to be looking for. So that's the reason that the OAuth probably doesn't work, is probably because it's making a request to the Pocket ID thing, and it just can't do that because it just doesn't respond. So I probably have something wrong with my reverse proxy or something like that. I don't really know. I also really need a pause screen. God, the chunks lag so bad when they load in. I don't know if it's load. I guess it is loading in. Because unloading seems to be fine. Loading these in is miserable, though. This isn't even that much. I guess the other problem too is I want to make this vertically infinite as well. So also simulating vertically upwards. Because this is simulating all of what you see, which includes the other layer here of chunks. Gosh, this is a mess. I want to keep the mess because it's great for like showing it off, but it's also a disaster. Why are Discord notifications showing up? Jeez. Oh, because I turned streamer mode off. How do you turn stupid streamer mode off or on? Here we go. There we go. Forgot I turned streamer mode off. The pain. Alright, as I was doing. I should probably go through and just delete all of these. I'm just gonna delete all the chunk data actually, because it's a mess. But if I go into release mode, what's the world in there? There's no difference between debug and release either. Not right now, at least. I don't do like extra optimization or anything, I don't think. It's an empty blank slate. See, like, chunks do not lag loading in and out like this. There's no lag. But as soon as you have turn on -03, I don't know how to do that, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, see, chunks don't really have an issue when there's not really anything on them. You hardly notice it. I wonder how far out I could go. Movement speed. I love you press escape and it. Alright, going back to debug. I wonder how big this folder is too. 134 megabytes. That's not too bad. I honestly wonder what happens if I turn optimizations on. Let me figure that out. Edit CMake profiles. Release. Would that just be build options? I don't know how CMake does it. I mean, we could try. Release. Does it build? Unknown. Edit. Probably not. That CMake CF flags release 03 apparently. Ah. Yeah, but okay, yeah, never mind. I'm stupid. Oops, what the fuck? Get out of here. I doubt that it runs any better. It's taken a while to build, though. How many FPS do I have? Oh, I'm still, FPS locked. Honestly, seems to be running a little bit better. But I could be wrong. We'll see how it continues to handle it as I draw more and more. There we go. I think it's starting to slow down a bit. Where's the simulation time? Yeah, it's definitely slowing down now. Where are the simulation controls? Simulation stats. Oh, we just crashed. Ah, it's that stupid bug again, isn't it? No, everything's gone. I love Segfault's mood. I think things get stuck on the edge because the chunk's probably updating and it's already thread locked, so it's like, oh, well, I can't move now. That's another, yeah, issue. And now we're at 07 on the simulation delta. Stimulation, simulation step time calculated. I think that's in seconds. I could be wrong though. Or not seconds, but milliseconds. Yeah, we can already see drawing taking a toll. But that's just because remeshing is very expensive for drawing. Or actually, it's because as you draw, it adds the particles in there, but you have to wait for a remesh to happen for them to appear, and because the chunks are taking a long time to update, it's not remeshing yet. I doubt really any optimizations are gonna help that much. Cause like it runs fine the way it is now. It's just there's a lot of bugs that need to be worked out. Well, I feel like this actually kind of might run better, but also I'm not sure because it's just a disaster. Yeah, there's just issues. This looks so cool though. I would love to use like an octree or something. And that would probably help a lot with some stuff. Do something that's like really, I was thinking of like something that could be really inefficient. That would not work. Yeah, I have no fucking clue how to actually really deal with the simulation. Can't believe myself, I ate this entire bag in like a week. 1 whole pound. 1 whole pound of Sour Patch Kids. And my webcam's lagging again. The Sour Patch Kids are too powerful. Real. I'm actually eating the last piece right now. That's it. Nothing but salt left in there. Or sugar, salt, whatever the heck it is. Oh man, I'm so dehydrated. Probably because I ate a bag of Sour Patch Kids. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with simulation. Actually, particles not moving between chunks have nothing to do with thread locks because only one chunk's updated at a time currently. It would be nice to keep chunks because you need them for data saving. But the actual simulation should not have anything to do with chunks, I don't think. So it just needs some, like, outside thing that does the simulation somehow. And chunks just hold data and render it. They don't actually hold necessarily the data. Something else will collect all of the data and do whatever the fuck it needs to do with it to simulate. The only problem is when you, like, go in and out of, or when you move around through chunks, how to tell the simulator to drop that data and to add new data into it. But maybe that's a problem for future me. Nah, that's something that should be figured out. So chunks hold data and they render data, but have nothing to do with simulation. Not necessarily, at least. So simulation could be some outside entity that takes data from chunks that it desires, or something else takes data from chunks and puts it into the simulator, and then takes data from the simulator and shoves it into chunks. It's like a middleman. So you have the chunks, then you have the middleman that passes data between them, and then the actual simulator. Oh, the pain. I guess the thing in the middleman would be more just like the chunk manager. Like, it needs to handle, like, what chunks are loaded in and what aren't, And then it can also handle what chunks. It could also handle putting data into the simulator and taking data from it and overwriting the chunks based on the data in it. But then you still need to think about the simulator. The simulator can do whatever it wants, though, with whatever data it has. It just needs to be given new data, or needs to be given the data that it's gonna simulate, and it needs to also be able to give out the current state. Throw the concept of chunks away from the simulator, basically. Like, completely, chunks are just there to hold the particle state frozen in time and for rendering. That's just what they are. They just render what data's in there. Then you have something else that's managing what chunks are existing or that are loaded in, basically. So like something would manage like making sure that all of this is loaded into memory. Some area around the player is loaded into memory. Like as they move around, like throw those chunks out back into storage and load these in the memory and whatnot. But then also handles going, hey, simulator, here's some new particles, and also please give me these particles of whatever your current state is on them so I can save that state. Or also just whenever it decides it wants, it could go, hey, what's the current state of particles for this area? And then the simulator can, give that to the thing, and the thing can just shove that into a chunk. So basically, it just manages data going in and out. And, like, patching the chunks with some state of particles. Which is kind of what I wanted before. And, like, there could also be multiple data structures that hold the same data, perhaps, within the simulator. Like, for instance, octrees are great for querying. So, like, after the entire simulation, an entire simulation interval is gone, with whatever data structure the underlying simulation worked with, it could maybe throw up a thread that goes and converts that into an octree, although I doubt it's really expensive. Just make it into an octree. Put all the data into a new octree structure, and then that's what's used for the middleman. The middleman can query that and go, hey, give me the state of this area. And then the simulation can, once it's done with a step, it can write back into that. It's queryable. But the simulation actually modifies its own other structures. Or does whatever it needs to do. But then the problem is that you still need to figure out how the simulation works. Or I need to figure out how the simulation works. I can tell you, I don't fucking know. A cat has been spotted. Looks like ads are starting soon. I'd also love the draw to, like, maybe collide with particles. I don't know. But then that way... Alright, I'll wait for ads. So one thing I want to do is go back to debug mode. Delete my fellow chunks, because it's a mess. LMAO. So you think it's in here? J thread, chunks thread. So yeah, I already have post-process. Back from ads. Welcome back, everybody, from ads. What I'm gonna do is this. So simulation's disabled now. So if I draw, you're not gonna see anything because it doesn't get simulated. The simulation time, I always struggle with this, is basically 0. Maybe I still need this to remesh stuff. Particles load dirty. Yeah, so I probably need that for the actual remeshing to happen for when you draw at the very least. Okay. So it's not even drawing there, so that's an interesting issue. Perhaps not do that. Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck? Why do I actually have to... Oh, because the fucking race conditions probably, that's probably why. Uncommented those. There we go. Now you can see drawing, but simulation's disabled. So I can draw, but nothing actually simulates. Fyra, welcome back. What's up? Just working on the sand simulation. Trying to actually work on the simulation. Trying to figure out how to make the simulation better, honestly, is pretty much all that we're up to right now. How are you? I am doing well. What software are you using? I can't tell. I'm using my own game engine. Unless you're asking about the IDE, I'm using JetBrains Sea Lion. But this is all written in a custom game engine, so... I don't think I've seen that engine before. Sick? Yeah. All my own game engine. I thought I tried using other game engines for what I was doing here, but just They don't really work for this kind of stuff where you kind of need to be able to use the computer to its fullest advantage. Did you have like a starting point, or is this all raw dogging? I guess you could say it's all raw dogging. Right now I just disabled simulation, so all that happens is drawing. Since that way I have a... What's it written in? C++. Using OpenGL. So you can also draw lava. Yo, TLA, welcome. Oh, it crashed again. No, the chunk data's not saved. Yeah, it's all C++. I guess I didn't debug, because I keep getting that weird crash, and I don't know why. You should probably fix that. I probably should. You're right. But I don't know what the problem actually is, so I do not know how to fix it. But yeah, I'm currently trying to figure out how to actually do the simulation, because for the longest time it's been this inefficient, disgusting mess. So I'm at least trying to talk about it today. The T500 I got says it will take like 60 hours to fully charge the battery. I might need to get another. Oh. Yeah, that sounds like a new battery is needed. I definitely need to have transparent things on a separate mesh than opaque things. What does Steam look like? It looks like a disaster. Ah, yes. You can see the world rendering around you. Another battery? Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. Transparency is always a mess. It sure is. It really is a disaster. I don't know why it's so difficult. It's just the way the universe works, I guess. So yeah, right now I've disabled simulation. I don't know why. Oh, I wanted to test the limits of how like far I could render out. Okay, so we do that. Where am I telling the chunk distance here? Let's set this to like 20 maybe. Let's see what happens. Oh my goodness. Distant horizons and SandSim win. You can probably see the cat in the corner there too. Oh, it's taking a while to load. That's the only problem with this, is that we try to load all the chunks all at once. You need LODs for that? No, we don't. There we go. Every time you load chunks, though, it might be a little bit. Yeah, maybe you need LODs for that. But, like, that's not that hard to do. Every time chunks load, it fucking lags now. Actually, the reason it probably took forever is because it was generating files. Wide level of detail. This might take a little bit. Makes sense? Yeah. Sriracha, you can see the cat. I don't know why my webcam's lagging. I also don't know what this number is that's always outputted. I don't know where that comes about. You might also want to optimize loading. Oh yeah, probably. I also might want to add a loading screen. Maybe do it on a different thread and do a loading screen. Yeah. That's exactly my thought. I need to put I need to figure out a very clean and easy way to cast the thing to another thread and allow for a loading screen. This might take a while, but it would be very cool if it actually loads. Oh. Pushing the limits. Okay, things are actually laggy. Holy shit. Look how far out you can see. That is insane. It's gonna lag every time I change chunks. The fucking level of details are definitely required, but you can basically see infinitely far. Where did my MGUI window go? There it is. Let me change my field of view just to zoom in a little bit. I can't even move my mouse. Maybe use meshpot C++ to library to optimize the meshes? Maybe. Honestly, I need to just redo the whole meshing thing. But yeah, like, that's how far out you can see. Oh my god, you can see the transparency issues. Is your GPU okay? I am running at 7 FPS right now. Or 17 FPS, right? So the sand sim is running. This is actually pushing it to its limits. To be fair, though, this is also calling the simulation, so that... Oh, I guess I wouldn't like it. But yeah, I would want to load in some amount of chunks, but, like... I would want to have that probably, like, a threaded task somewhat that happens when you're already in the sandbox scene. So that they can, like, load in as you're already there and cause a bunch of lag, maybe. Alright, we'll back to 5. I think this was at 5. So instead of doing this nonsense, we wouldn't even have to have thread locking in chunks. I guess maybe we should, at least when we're putting data in. Although, unless that happens on the same thread, I guess it probably wouldn't be that laggy to grab data from the simulator and overwrite the chunks with it. Unless I'm doing a bunch of copy operations, a whole bunch, but that can be optimized. But yeah, we don't really want this. I also really need to make a pause screen. Alright, I'm gonna just... I think I've already merged this branch. Yes. Alright, I'm gonna roll these back. Go back to main. Alright. I think I had a branch for simulation stuff, but I'm thinking I'm gonna do a new upgraded simulation. GLA redeemed hydrate. I can do that. Water. Delicious. Couldn't ask for anything better. What you looking at, Sriracha? Okay. Upgraded simulation, I suppose. Alright. I actually do really like the idea that chunks are purely just for like the rendering essentially, and also like loading in and out of memory, and then like something else manages grabbing the data and overwriting the data in the chunks. But something grabs the data, puts it into a simulator, and the simulator owns whatever data gets given. So I guess it doesn't like own the data. It owns a copy of the data it's given, I guess. It can do whatever it wants, do all that, modify it, store it however it wants, whatever the fuck. And essentially it just has the state of the simulation. And this thing can grab the current state and shove it into the chunks. And those can deal with, saving that into files and, rendering and remeshing and all that stuff. I think things might be a little complicated with, like, drawing and erasing, I guess. I guess not really. It actually might make drawing better anyway, because as you draw, you could be putting the data both into the simulation and into the actual chunk. And assuming that remeshing is made a little bit more efficient, it'll be overwritten anyway once the simulation step comes about. But you also probably won't get the lag because you're not waiting for the simulation in order to remesh. You're just remeshing while drawing. And simulation is not going to hold that up, because the main thing right now is that the reason I wait to remesh until a simulation happens when you're drawing is because like thread locking and stuff, and like if you're drawing and the thread's locked, then it, like, drawing isn't very smooth. Even if not laggy, it's just not smooth. Whereas in this case it would be at least visually smooth. Internally it can be laggy, but I love the cat is sitting by the window but not in her bed. So then the simulator just has an entire data structure, supposedly, of all the particles in the simulation area. And however the simulation works, it can do what it needs to do, like making micro chunks and casting it off to threads or some shit like that, and then coming back and updating or whatever. I don't fucking know. Or even having like its own like chunk system of some sort. think that's a sound plan. Because having the simulation within the actual chunk kind of just gets in the way of everything. And if simulation is just a complete separate thing from the chunks, that simulation could have its own chunks specifically to simulation, but in terms of like the chunks for like saving and loading data and meshing and rendering and stuff, it's just having the simulation there gets in the way of that a lot, especially if it's lagging. I think that would be, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, that's so much work. Sriracha. I'm going to go find a snack so I can get myself entertained. I will be right back. I guess I'll keep this on so you can look at the cat. I need my thinking food, which is goldfish. The snack that smiles back. I pretty much eat these for lunch, like, every day back in middle school. And I never wanted to fucking eat a goldfish again after a while. The snack that smiles back. Goldfish. Alright. Do I try to work on that? Does that sound like an insane plan? Does it? Or does it make sense? I don't fucking know. I need like a thingy to do a thingy. Okay. Let me pull up Chrome. That's not what I wanted. I want to try to see if I find something. I did not know that was a thing. I also need to get clipboard history back. It'd be nice if I could also draw on my screen. Okay, that's a distraction though. No distractions. Yeah, I suppose I could just start on it. It doesn't mean the simulation's not gonna work. Yeah, I suppose. The other thing, I really want to make a loading screen too, because that's been bothering me. Every time you click sandbox, it takes forever to load. Like, is it working? Everything starts simulating. Then make loading screen. The Steam did not fully simulate. You know, that's quite a bit of work, isn't it? Actually, maybe it's not. Where's the scene system? Because all you need to do is... I think it's these two. Let me close some of these. So you have a scene. I guess all I have to do is add like a is loading flag and cast it off to a thread. So I guess I wouldn't need this. So like rule is also forgot how to do threading. Let me add the starting. So wait. I'll just say ads starting in 1 minute, and then the ads don't start for like another minute after that. I just wanna wait. I should see if there's anyone I can lurk. Anyone live on Twitch that's lurk worthy? Good times with Scars live. Waiting for the ads to finish. Alright, now the ads started. Also, Ads, everybody. Oh, welcome back from ads, everybody. We shall continue messing around with this. Okay. So, standard J thread. Include. Can I set this to a null pointer? No. Is next scene loading? There's a few different ways I could do this. Some of which are probably cleaner than others. But might require a little bit more effort. What's the best way to do this? So obviously I need a thread. I probably don't want to cast every scene into a thread. And I also would need a loading screen like run each assembly instruction on a different thread. That's a perfect idea. Peer optimization or peak optimization. Maybe pull a starfield and make a loading screen pop up whenever a chunk is loading? No. That sounds awful. That sounds very painfully awful. Does Starfield really do that? I think I played the game for like a few minutes and like just got really bored of it. It was also not my type of game, so. Also, I finished this game, but apparently I only got 3 of 14 achievements. 3 of 14 achievements. They're all hidden. Percent of all players. This is surprising. Usually achievements aren't that high. I was just like, open the game for the first time. But even then. I wonder what satisfactory achievements are. Like, even like the first issue that you'll run across in satisfactory, like, not even that high. I wonder about Mysum or Car. So everyone's at least open the game. Drinking your own piss like a pro. Click to show spoiler. I don't want to show spoiler. I want to play the game. Crackbear got a lot more achievements. Looks like he did the game and only got 2 achievements. I got 3. Then he played it again and got more. I still do not understand what is going on in this game. It doesn't even have anything to do with a barbecue in here. It was a fun game. But that might also be because I was not trying to understand anything that was going on, which probably helped a lot. Okay, so if the next scene means we want to do a new scene, how are scenes added into here? Oh, I had to add it. I see. That makes sense. So someone else controls how the scene is existing. Switch active scene. So this is probably where we want to... Current scene... equals next scene. Okay, this is if there's nothing in here yet. Otherwise it doesn't... Nothing renders. Or whatever, nothing happens. I'm pretty sure it actually crashes without that. So if next scene want to current scene exit, then init the current scene. So you probably don't want to exit the current scene until next scene inits. So you basically want to put this sort of functionality into another thread. Sort of. But what needs to happen is it triggers a flag. So really what we want to do is, if next scene is not a null pointer and is next scene loading, if that, then we want to create thread and start init. Yeah. I guess maybe not this. Oh, it's a chunk thread ID. We'll do this, the loading thread. We do not need a token. So what we need to do is current scene. We want to next scene in it. Once that done, is next scene loading false? Actually, you probably don't want to do that in here. I guess maybe we need another flag to know when it's done. Is next scene loading false? Is next scene loaded false? So then if and next scene loaded is true, then we want to do all of these things except init. So we've initialized the next scene. So we want to do current scene exit. Then current scene. The problem is that if the current scene's exit also takes a long time, then there's no loading screen ability either. That's a problem for later. Oh, this needs to set is next scene loaded to true. And this needs to set is next scene loading false. Probably some race conditions. You use some atomic values. Oh. Okay, something wacky's happened. We switched the scene, but we get an error. And it also doesn't work properly. It still freezes. Why is this crashing? What is going on in here? So on a debug mode. What? The next thing. This is not running. I think I need to do that. That might be the problem. Okay, still not. God, I hate multi-threading sometimes. Nothing's showing up. What the fuck? Why is it not working? I hate this so much. And then it crashes when I try to close it. Chas, welcome in. Thanks for redeeming second. If next scene is not a null pointer and next scene equals true. What? This isn't JavaScript. There's no 3 equals. It's an error. Stupid ass JavaScript. It doesn't even print anything. Oh, I need to do that. Why do you have to compare it with true? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like having to do this? It's just clearer to me what the fuck's going on through this madness. Okay, so we did get logs. Yeah. What in the fuck? I don't think it's actually calling in it. I don't know why this thread isn't running. Did I get called twice? And did it just crash? What the fuck? Why the fuck is that being called twice? Oh, I guess if... Because if this sets the next scene to loading... So this needs to be also and is next scene loaded false. So it doesn't get called twice. That's probably why... It's getting called twice, but that still doesn't... Probably, yeah. But I'm also not writing to these values while the thread is going. So it shouldn't be too big of an issue, but I guess I should use... Fucking jet brains. Jesus, please Christ. Load. Wow, I cannot type. This is really pissing me off. There we go. So we exit the current scene. Current scene is next scene. Yeah, and it's not being called. Some weird shit's happening. This is actually getting really frustrating. And I do not understand. I tried the debugger already. That's not giving me anything useful. This is not being called. But obviously it is. But it's not actually. Because when I try to join the thread, it fucking aborts. Because probably there's not actually anything in the value. And we're not getting any of the console logs from... So this is probably crashing or something. Because this outputs a lot of logs. Oh, is it the OpenGL shit? It's probably the OpenGL stuff. But that makes no sense. If it's crashing, then why is it continuing to run this stuff? Or maybe it's not crashing, it's just that OpenGL failing. Or do I actually have good error handling? I just don't log anything. No, I have no error handling. Because all this GL stuff needs to happen on the main thread, I'm pretty sure. Fuck. That's probably why, is because the OpenGL stuff, I'm pretty sure needs to all is not like thread safe. It all has to be in the main thread. So creating all this graphics stuff. Thread safety strikes again. Because this printed, but none of my other prints printed. But obviously this ran. Maybe it's just C out doesn't actually print anything on when in a thread. I can't see the logs until I do this. Yeah. So we only got the first fuck. So we're not even reaching this point, which is weird. Because if this is crashing, then why the fuck is the rest of this running? Unless I have some weird ass return in here. Oh, it might be this. We failed to create the shader program. And it probably is just returning. So we're actually, yeah, of course we're not crashing. This has an issue. A thread can have one current rendering context. A process can have multiple rendering contexts by means of multi-threading. A thread must set a current rendering context before calling any OpenGL functions. Otherwise, an OpenGL calls are ignored. Yeah, so it doesn't have the rendering context. So how do you set the rendering context in the new thread? I suppose then that's what I need to do. Although, like, none of this OpenGL stuff that takes a long time to do. It's just this, the loading the chunks in, that takes a while. So maybe what I should do is have a separate, like, init function. Because I don't, why would I put all this OpenGL stuff in another thread then if this seems like a hassle? If it doesn't, this is the part that doesn't need to be in another thread. The only part of this entire init actually that needs to be in another thread really is this. And I guess technically this because it goes along with it. So I don't have to deal with all the thread locking shit. I can start this after I've made this, but still, regardless. So I need to add a separate load function. A graphics init stage. I think some of this shit needs to be loaded in. Do I need any of this before I do any of that? A graphics init stage? That's true. I mean, I have player init graphics, so. But yeah, essentially I just need to separate the functions. I also need to deal with the threading for exit. Which then there also needs to be a graphics exit then. Although exit's probably not as terrible. Because all this does is just delete all the chunks. I guess it could be terrible once the actual simulation stuff's in. Because then you gotta like, okay, finish up the simulation and load all the data into the chunks and then save them. And like that's gonna be a lot of work. Although I guess if it's fast, then maybe it doesn't matter. But I guess on exit it doesn't really matter if it hangs a tiny bit. I mean, Minecraft does the same thing anyway. Actually, Minecraft probably does something where it just switches, probably just switches to a scene that just has a text on it that says loading, and then fucking that can be hanged, but then like there's nothing that changes on it, so it's fine if it hangs for a second. Life hacks. Or is it like switches a render? Or like renders a loading? I guess I could do that. Life hacks. There's a cat. Alright, so I need a graphics init stage. So, scene system H. Must be thread. I guess I should say must be, yeah, thread safe. Called outside of the init thread when loading. This must run fast. Other there we go. And then that breaks these. So sandbox scene, I need void init graphics override. So I can tell that I want that. Go ahead and write implementation for this. I think this is all graphics. Yeah. I don't think any of this is dependent on graphics to be working. This is already thread safe, so it's fine. Does this have anything graphical? GL disabled depth test. So yes. Damn it. Go ahead and write me some implementation. Okay, so once it's done, current scene exit. We want to next scene init graphics. Looks like ads are starting soon. God, I hate multi-threading so much sometimes. Oh, yay! What happened here? Oh, there's no implementation. There's no default. Why do you have to fucking... Yes, this is a virtual function. and this is an abstract class, but there has to be implementation still anyway. Love that. I guess it's nice that you can do implementation, but like... Okay, so this still hangs anyway. But it does work now, except for whatever the fuck happened here. Why the fuck is this not rendering? What the hell? That's weird as fuck. For some reason those chunks don't load in. That's not good. So I need this, if this runs, I need these to be skipped. So why is the main menu scene still... Well, actually, I don't know if the scene's still crashing. Or not crashing, but hanging. Well, the graphics system is at least. Okay, so we are still rendering it. We're just not... The GUI is just not updating. Why is the GUI not updating? Scene loaded, exiting. So we are rendering. There's nothing to render though. The render for this stops at the very least. Or update. So update is also still being called. So GUI is not being updated for some reason when the scene switches. Why the hell would that be? Okay, so the button does appear. It just stops. Why does the GUI stop working? What the hell? Is this thread fucking... It's obviously not blocking, because we're still getting scene loading. Should also probably do this. What? Why? Why? This is nothing. This isn't stopping anything. Let's make this sleep for like 5 seconds to like a pretend workload. Okay, we know that this is updating. We can get rid of that. Oh, I should set this to... I should allow this to be that. 5 seconds is too long. We'll do 2 seconds, because that way the logs aren't fucking miserable. Okay, so the GUI still works. It has nothing to do with that. For some reason, when I'm calling the next scene in it, so just verify it. None of that has anything to do with. So while it's loading, this works. It's just when it goes and exits and moves over, it has a few frames where it doesn't work. Also, why the fuck is this there? There is no in it wasn't called. I don't know why anything's init graphics. I guess this loads the chunk data in anyway on update. Is it? So is init not actually taking that long? It might even... This only loads a few of the chunks in. This doesn't load them in like the chunk radius thing does. Maybe it's the GPU upload or whatever. Well, there's nothing being uploaded to the GPU until at least update. Although I don't think then an update. I think update here is taking a while. I don't think this is taking very long. Because if you... So right here I've just disabled calling init, which is obviously not required to be called. If I load in the sandbox, it does hang, and it's just that update. When update starts being called, update hangs. Because it has to load everything in. Or everything else in. I don't think this is loading very much in. This is where shit actually gets loaded in. This just loads in chunks around 0. It doesn't actually load them around the player position. This just comes along and fucking undoes all of that anyway. So really I need to put all this shit into a function and call that on load. Because the GPU upload doesn't hang. I don't think. That I remember profiling and it wasn't that slow. It's just this goes in and fucking reloads all the trunks back in. And loads more of them. Determine the required chunk positions around. Required chunk positions. Then this goes around and loads in any of the chunks that are missing around the player. Or at least around the camera position. This should really be updated to be player position. God damn it. So rather than the camera position, but they're the same thing right now, so... No one cares. Oh, the pain. Sriracha, please save me from this painful code. Okay, so really we need to put all this into its own function. So void. I guess we should put this up here. Void handle chunks around player. Then this, I believe all of this is that. So handle chunks around the player. Struct IVEG3 comparator. I don't know why this is in here. There we go. Manage chunks in one pass. Then instead of doing this, we just actually handle the chunks around the player. So then they're actually just loaded in the way they should be from the start. Then we can actually call this. That should prevent lag. There we go. So why is this not doing anything now? I guess we don't really need to lock. Well, yeah, we do need to lock once we're in there. Unlock when you're done. But you just don't need to do that in it. Print. Particle chunks dot size. Wait, but it doesn't actually load the chunks. What the hell? So it doesn't fucking load them in? For some reason or another. That's really weird. It's a lot better. Okay. So it is loading chunks. Loaded 242 chunks. That does not sound right. What is it? I guess I'm loading in a 5 out. So it's almost an 11 by 11 times 2. Yeah, I guess that makes sense then. So why are they not actually loaded in? Wait, is particle chunks not initialized? It is. Can I not fucking copy this? There we go. So it's just not loading them? Or is there some weird, like, bug with loading them? It is loading them in. They are there. Supposedly. Oh, I forgot to debug mode. Ah. Oh. Wait, chunks have some rendering bullshit in them too. Oh my fucking god. Ugh. It's because the fucking rendering shit in the chunks isn't fucking initialized. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, this goes all the way down into the fucking... Why? Okay, so it's because we're not initializing the graphics for the... So the chunks are loaded in, they just won't render. So maybe it's worth trying to just put the goddamn graphics context in there. OpenGL. Looks like ads are starting soon. I don't want to use multiple contexts. I want to use the same context in another thread. OpenGL. Use main thread context in another thread. Okay. GFW make context current. Looks like ads are starting. No. Graphics system. Get window. Oh my god. GLH included before glue. Not quite. Okay, so I need to do this. Then null pointer. Then no, not here. Once it is loaded, see if that works. Yes, but then the graphics hangs. So yeah, I guess I just need to make a an init graphics. Poor design on my end, I guess. This is not very good to do. Alright, we don't need this. do while scene is loading. So we don't really want to do this. It's not the best, to be honest. This will probably crash, so I'm going to remove something that was needed. Okay. So it's because the whole graphics thing again. My webcam keeps freezing. Did my phone like die or something? What the hell is going on here? It's because I need to fucking plug it in to my computer, but that breaks OBS, which is dumb. And also, like, as I visit websites and stuff, it tries to freaking use my phone's phone service. The phone service. I'm connected to the Wi-Fi on my phone, and it tries to use the phone service. So dumb. Cat spotted. Yes, you should use TTS. Just use the TTS command. Oh, actually, that probably just fucking crashed it. Actually, maybe not. Oh, wait, I have commands in the separate thing, so it should not have crashed it. There we go.
Test.
Yeah, we're fine. We did not crash my thing. Okay, so I need to make chunks have a fucking init graphics fucking function. Okay, particle chunk H. Void init graph. Yeah, these are literally the only thing in here that's like the reason this didn't work. To do very bad, apparently. Very bad. In all caps. Except I do it motherfucking anyway. Haha. That's basically all my code. True. Cat spotted. Cat spotted. Spotted cat. I'm going insane if you couldn't tell. Okay, so init graphics. There's literally these 3 motherfucking functions. So then I gotta go to the sandbox scene now. Turn this off. Get rid of this breakpoint. And my init graphics in here. Fucking for const auto reference chunk particle chunks standard views values. I don't know why I did that. Did you just fucking turn the computer on, you freaking cat? What are you doing? I'm scared her. You just turned the computer on. That's not allowed. You're so soft. She's so soft. Also, honestly though, I'm pretty sure my code's better than yours. Wackery, just saying. That should fix all of our problems. Yeah, that was the problem. There's a cat walking across my desk. You can see her tail, which I grabbed. Okay, so we've solved all of our problems. Now we can work on a... Guess what? A loading screen! And some animation. Thumbs down, SMH? I mean, like, I don't know. Every time you write code that I have to read, I don't fucking know what I'm reading most of the time. Yeah, are there people going up and down the stairs and it's scary? Oh, she's laying on my desk. And now I can't use my mouse. Yo, first
Pet
time
the cat?
chatter. Pet the cat? Okay, I'll pet the cat. Welcome, Funk Lime. How are you doing? Also, thank you for the follow. I am petting the cat. It's really impossible to see because it's on my desk, but she likes it. She likes to be pet. Earlier, I came in here and I made a salad for lunch and stuff. I set the salad down, and the second I sat in my chair, she jumps up into my lap and is like all cuddling up against me and like really wanted me to pet her and stuff. I'm like, I just want to eat my lunch. But I gave her pets. I don't not give her pets if she wants pets. 'Cause most of the time she's probably irritated by me, so. She likes to get some scratches. She's shedding like crazy, so. Okay, so we fixed all of our problems so far. Yeah. She loves little head scratches. Okay. So... a lot of this stuff actually probably just goes in like a chunk manager. Yeah? Do you want to come down here? Come on. You can sit in my lap. She's gonna come sit in my lap. Yep. There you go. She came and sat in my lap. There's a cat in my lap. She really wants scratches though. Oh. Do you hear someone? Yeah, there's someone being loud outside, so she fucking doesn't want anything to do with me now. Now she's laying even more in the way of my mouse. Okay. A lot of this stuff honestly probably goes into like a chunk manager. I'm pretty sure most of the code in here is just around chunks. I was like, here's the player. Yeah, handle the chunks. Rendering is just setting up the render values for rendering chunks. Because all these values are the same, and it just uses, they all use the same shader, so. And then rendering, and then there's the player, and then there's just a bunch of MGUI stuff. I guess I should make a pause menu. So where the heck am I handling that then? So I'm handling the mouse capture inside the player, I'm pretty sure. Which is probably not the right place for that. Would it be update physics? Yeah, I handle cursor locking in here. Which is not... really ideal. I would need to know if the cursor's locked or not. So how would I deal with that then? Because on it, the cursor locking should probably be handled in the scene and not inside the player. But I also need to be able to know if the cursor is locked. Jail FW get input mode. Returns the value of an input option for the specific window. I see. So you do window cursor. So this is how you would know if the cursor is locked or not. So I don't have to do any like weird variable stuff necessarily. So I don't even need to keep track of if the cursor is locked. So if I remove that, we have one error. Okay, so we don't actually need to do that anymore. And hopefully nothing else uses that. It is a private value, though. Let's make sure that actually works. I guess I need to check if it's equal to a value. Yeah. Because it returns the value of, so I need to know if it's cursor normal. So if GLFW input mode equals, I could also just make a like function in here, like void is cursor locked, because that's just a lot of repeated code. I guess this is a bool. And actually, I can just do this. We have this single line. So the cursor is locked Unlock the cursor and show it. So cursor normal. So if cursor is disabled, then it's locked. Is cursor locked? I think that's it. Okay, there we go. That's a lot better. But now the thing is the player should not be the one that handles this. And this could probably go on graphics. So this could go in a sandbox scene. And this could go on on graphics. We do graphics as cursor locked. And this should still run. Okay, cool. So on first, I guess on init we want to probably lock the cursor. We probably want to just have graphics lock cursor and void unlock cursor. We'll put this. Well, let me generate these functions first. Put this here, sandbox scene. So unlock the cursor and show it. There we go. Then in player H, we can get rid of this. All right, so then in render, we could also just do if graphics is cursor locked? Return. And then player's not even going to be updated at all. Nothing gets updated. Basically, pause the game. So the game should effectively be paused. If it's not locked, I should say. So then in init we can do graphics, lock cursor. So that way it's locked in by default. So when you click start in the sandbox, you just start. That's so much better. Holy shit. That's way better. Add start in 1 minute. Alright, let me get rid of this. So I guess we still need a loading screen of some sort. So we need to know if we've set the scene. Now I could just do like a scene system function to get whether it's loading, or I could just do something in here. I could just do something like this. Although, like, it would be nice to have, like, a progress bar and stuff. So maybe it would be nice for a scene to have its own loading screen function as well. So then it can also call upon the values inside of it, perhaps. Or, like, get statistics about itself and figure out how to render a progress bar. Look, ads are going. We shall wait. The pain of writing code that sometimes might work, maybe. Singing with Inspire. Shit. Ads are almost over. Man, I always just end up back at Hypnotic Games. Who do I lurk this time? Let's lurk, this guy. Alright, ads are over. Welcome back, everybody. I should, do a little bit of TTS.
Hello, world.
I think you get like 4 million characters before it starts costing you anything. So, in no way is that ever, whackery smackery with a big old smile. Hey, you put the whole B-movie script in there. What? See, here's the thing. Yo, swashbuckling fox. Well, give me a shout out. I need to get you an auto shout out. But the thing is I think Hypnotic Games, one of the streamers I watch, kind of did the math a little bit, and it's probably quite impossible to actually reach that limit, at least in a single stream. But like you get like 4 million characters per month or something like that for free, so like you would have to send a lot of messages. And I think Twitch's maximum is like 200 characters or something. Or maybe it's more than that. I don't actually know. Okay, so I guess we need some sort of loading screen. That's what I was doing. So in here we set is loading scene. Yes. Set that to true. And then in render, also on exit, we probably want to set that to false. So loading scene is false. That way it gets reset. Turn caps lock off. So if loading scene, draw 2D, draw rectangle. GLM vec2 for the position. We'll do the center of the screen, which we already have a vec2 for. Since he's center draw, GLM vec2 for the size, which is the screen size. I'm gonna hard code this for a minute. And then the color. So it'll like make the screen go white. All those renders. Oh, that's right, because buttons and stuff render after, so I actually need to destroy, or I guess not destroy them, but at least disable them. So in here we need to GUI disable element and then sandbox button and no, why would you enable and then disable? Quit button. So that way you can't press either of them too while it's still loading. So that's a white screen. And then it loads. Oh my god, that's so much better. Probably not make this a white screen though. 0.2F. It's probably like a dark gray screen. Can make it even darker. That's not that much darker, to be honest. This doesn't actually like capture the mouse though, if the mouse isn't on the window. Although that actually is probably a Linux issue. Oh, because this is getting the transparency too. There we go. It would be cool to see it load in as it loads in, but that's a bit much. I guess the thing is maybe I should make it so scenes can have a loading screen of some sort, because then I can actually code in its own like loading screen logic, and I could probably even like display as the chunks load in or something. I just need some different loading logic in order to achieve that, which could be more inefficient. I guess not. It'd be cool to save the player's position as well. So you always just start down here. Also, maybe the player should actually start at a reasonable place. What is this? Position 32. I guess the particle scale is cut in half. So that makes sense. But yeah, the player... Okay, let's go into player. Smoother loading logic and basic loading screen. Also, sandbox starts with mouse captured. This, I guess, the other thing I should do is graphics, draw 2D, draw text. So GLM Vec2. We actually want this one. Oh, this is the text first. So a string. Then the scale. Actually, I don't think that's required, is it? No, I think it is. Scale is a float 1.0f. Does you make it like a little larger, and then color GLM white, so we can just do 1.0f, semicolon. It would be nice to put all these on separate lines as well. Where'd the text go? Why is there no text? Where is me text? Draw text. Geom 4. What? Why is text not drawing? Do I need to get fucking render doc out again? I need to get fucking render doc back out. Alright. Time for render doc. I'm assuming those are the characters. That's the rect. L-O-A... I don't know how to spell loading. D-I-N-G ... Yeah. What if I don't draw a rect? Okay. So the drawing order is fucked again. It's probably because of this. For some reason. Yeah. Weird. Why is that? Am I not calling init graphics? GL disable depth test. So depth test shouldn't be turning back on. Is draw rectangle doing something? Is draw text doing something? No. But you know what I bet it might be is GUI. Yeah. GUI is doing the disable and re-enable. So I suppose then there's no reason to do this, Because GUI handles disabling and re-enabling itself. Which means then I guess I just need to handle doing that myself. So I'll just leave it in here. It's fine. So we don't need these logs. That's so much better though. I love a progress bar and stuff, but that's probably for future me. In fact, you know what? That is for future me. We'll make sure to write it down in the planning. So I guess we technically have GUI. I'd love to do this. Fixed chunk and particle orientation. I think there's some weird shit around that I need to figure out. Not be able to see kick chat. Kick chat. Doesn't look like there's much going on over there though. Okay. I need to get emotes working in the stream overlay. Loading screens, we actually have done that, but I want to extend this to be more than just that. Loading screens are in progress, I suppose. Cancel and discard. So yeah, I guess that needs to happen. Pause screen is what I keep meaning to do. Let me commit all this stuff with this first. Stop running. Alright, now we can work on a pause screen. So, graphics system, GUI, main menu, particle chunk. So we really just need sandbox scene. And inside of render, after we render everything except mGUI, let's see, if graphics is cursor locked, so if the cursor is not locked, we need to pause the screen. We need a pause menu. So I guess this is where I need some like buttons and stuff. So let's see. Graphics. Draw 2D, draw rectangle. GLM, IVEC2. We probably want the Windows center, so we want the const GLM IVEC2 Windows size. Graphics, get window size, and then this is just window size divided by 2. Window size. Yeah, that's fine. And then we want this to be somewhat transparent for that cool effect. There we go. Because it's an IVEC. So we start focused, and if we're not focused, we pause screen. That's very cool. This should probably be a little bit higher. Something like that. And then we need some buttons and stuff. All right, so in it, create pause menu stuff. Lock the cursor. I'm surprised that actually works here. So we need some variables in here. GUI, buttons and stuff. So quit menu button. That'd be weird. Okay. So then down here we need to main menu button equals GUI. Create button. Let's see, GLM, const GLM, IVEC 2, window size. So the position is window size x divided by 2. Window size divided by 2. Add starting in a minute. We're probably gonna keep the main menu button size as well. So what is my button size in here? We're always gonna need it divided by 2. Then we want the settings menu button and the quit button. Then we want to GUI disable element main menu button, and then do that for these settings button and quit button. Then let's see, in render, probably want to do this in the update function. If the key is triggered and we want to unlock the cursor, because this is more a trigger and trying to deal with handling, figuring out when to do it, and not like repeatedly be calling the function, which is probably fine, not really a huge performance issue, but like it could be in case I did something weird in the future and then didn't realize it. So it's better to just actually toggle it if possible, so might as well. Enable element. I don't know what you think you're doing, but that is not right. Alright, so now these should come about. Sandbox. Alright, so we're in the sandbox. And if I do this, my buttons appear, and then they go away. Yes! Let's go! Let's go! We're doing it, guys. We're doing it. Okay. Oh my god. It feels so much more like a game now that the button, there's like a pause menu. If I alt-tab out of it, shit goes whack. So I need to have something that detects when the window loses focus. So like, if the window loses focus, then we need to do all this. I'm sure there's a GLFW function for that. GLFW... It's probably one of these, like get window attribute to find its whether it's focused or not. And if it is focused, then we want to just do this, unlock the cursor. So we should probably just do that. GL FW get if window So you gotta set a focus callback. You can also get the current input focus state with, yeah, this is better. Rather than having to do a callback. Check window focus. So if not focused, this would probably be in the graphics system as well, but for now then we want to call on this. We want to unlock the cursor as to not be annoying. So if you alt tab out of the game, then so if I alt tab out, it does pause. There should be a back to game button, to be honest. Ah, yes. The good old I need to update the position. I feel like I should just make like a callback. The other thing I could do is make it so that the write a layout library. Oh god, no. One solution that I could do is leave the projection size the same rather than making it the size of the window. And then everything will scale magically, kind of. I think there were some issues with that though, especially trying to make sure that I actually do that with everything. Oh, the reason that's a pain though is because then the actual like position of stuff doesn't change. So like for instance, the buttons, they are right here, but if their drawing is still on 1920 by 1080 no matter what, they're going to be here, but the actual like button detection stuff, or like the actual buttons are here. The drawing layout will scale and stuff nicely, but the actual thing won't. And like the solution to that is that I gotta figure out how much I scaled by and then multiply the button position by that scale, which isn't really a huge deal, but that can probably cause a lot of headaches down the road. So I figured it's better to just, probably what would be better is to, what I have to do right now is go and update, and I have to recognize that the window size has changed, and then I have to go and manually update the button positions with the new positions. What I could do is have the GUI system where I can pass a callback to an element, a window size change callback, and then I can just put that code logic. I still have to write the code logic and stuff to have the size changed, but I can all do it when I can have those callbacks created or passed when I also create the button, so it's all just there and like automatically does its stuff the way it needs to, and then I don't have to manually update it. I mean, I still have to manually update it, but like, that's probably the better way to go about it. Also, Wackery, you should control my computer's RGB. Not that you can really see it, but there's the command for it. But yes, this is very cool. This is feeling a lot more like an actual usable like program rather than just kind of like, oh yeah, it just kind of works. Now to just get the simulation working. You have turned off the case fan LEDs. I wish it was more, I wish you could see the RGB in my computer. It would be kind of difficult to do that though. Amazing. Yes. We love Linux. Being able to easily control stuff with some code. I do want to make it so I have some sort of like other RGB behind me and stuff. Like some lamps or something with LED bulbs. And then having commands that can control those. How well is the command escaped? You can try. Not very well. But I'm also not running like shell commands or executing things. So unless you find some like weird background reverse shell through fucking whatever library I'm using, which just calls some like WebSocket functions to the open RGB thing, because that's what I'm using. So unless you can find some way to like backdoor into that, good luck through like RGB values. Because what I'm doing is I'm just converting the hex value you send into like an actual int or an actual like hex value in JavaScript, which is cursed to do in my opinion. But I convert it to an actual hex value. I just read this string as hex. Cursed. And then that, there's some like weird bit shifting bullshit that happens somewhere that converts the hex and the RGB values and then sends it to the open RGB server thing. So you're probably not gonna find a way to get a backdoor through that. Alright, so now I need to actually make these buttons do something. It would be cool if I had like, instead of enable and disable, like if I disable a button, it should just be like, it should still render but not be there. But then I need a show and hide function is really what enable and disable are right now. Main menu would be interesting actually to experience. So now what I need to do is in update, before this, so let's see, is cursor not locked? Return. So yeah, I need to do this. So if main menu button GUI get element by ID main menu button, fucking weird ass JavaScript type shit here, dot is triggered, then we want to scene system switch active scene to main menu scene. I think that's the name of it. If GUI get element by ID settings is triggered, do nothing yet. We don't have a menu for that. GUI get element by ID quit button is triggered. Then we want to process.exit. I think I do app dot shutdown. That's what I need to do. So if I run this, all these buttons should work. So if I go to sandbox, main menu. Okay, so something I forgot to do is delete these buttons. So on exit, GUI remove element. I could also construct these just a global time. I don't know what the fuck else you would call it. I can just construct these global, and then they don't have to actually remove them and recreate them, but like it's not that big of a deal to just remove and recreate. I'm pretty sure I already do that. Yeah, I just remove them. So yeah, fine. It's not like I have a bajillion of them, so it's not really a huge deal. So if I go here, main menu. Okay, so it crashes. Standard out of range. So we're hitting a crash on this, I think. Did shit not fucking load all the way or something? Did I just click shit too fast? Stop requested on chunks thread. Unordered map at. Oh, is it because we still call update on here while this is no, this doesn't happen until after. No, because we exit. So scene loads. And then we ended up calling exit. So we're gonna debug this. I need to figure out what the hell is going on there. Main menu. GUI get element by ID. Huh. Why are we crashing on there? Oh. What? Are we calling fucking update? Main menu scene update. Oh, because we haven't fucking called init yet? No, we called init. Because you call init. So we're doing scene system update. Okay, so we're not crashing on sandbox scene. That's fine. So we're crashing because this is getting an element ID that doesn't exist. ID 3. Can I get elements? There's nothing in there. What? There are no elements, meaning that this is a weird like thread issue because it's main menus doing this on another thread, but nothing's modifying that anyway, right? So it shouldn't be an issue. This adds two things into there, into a hash map. There's a cat on my desk. Meow. What the fuck is happening? So we aren't creating the buttons then, for some reason. And when it's getting button by LE or by ID. What? Like call exit. Scene system. So init graphics. What if I do this in init graphics instead? Does that make any difference? No, it crashes even worse. I mean, we've called init graphics by now, though. So we're calling update, but init graphics hasn't been called yet. for some reason. Scene system. Oh, we don't do this. That's one thing. That's why I was having that. I need a debug mode. Okay. Alright, so we're calling scene system update on the current scene. We're asking to get element by ID. Is remove doing something weird? Managing the pointer is the user's responsibility. Okay, so I need to find out what's going on when I'm doing this then. So we debug sandbox. So we're erasing that. Mouse is weird, so I can't. Wait. It's because it's captured my mouse already. Ugh, that's so annoying. But now I can't freaking access this. Oh my god. So I need to go to sandbox. Let's not lock the cursor for debugging purposes. Alright, so what is in elements? 5 elements. So I've just created one, which is main menu. Quit. Sandbox. Weird. Why is it 4? Oh, they're just unordered. That's right. Wait. Get down from there. Why do you keep getting up there? Why? What is so fun? This cat keeps going on the shelf. However, tail. It's just a little noodle that waves around. I don't know how she puts up with me. I don't know why I put up with her either. Alright, ads are starting soon. So if I go to main menu, we hit this. So if I do elements. So you've quit, settings, main menu. So 4, 3, and 2. Oh. But then I'm going to create... Oh, because the init's called... The init... So init was called by now. So this isn't my quit button, I don't think, anymore. Or no, it might be. No, init hasn't been called yet. So I need to do... When I do create button as well. Because I'm doing elements.size. But when... Because I call the sandbox scenes init. Or the that's what even called the render yet. Or not the render, the thing. I don't know why it keeps popping. Why does it keep doing that? We've already had work to be done. Okay, so it's because I do this, which gets the length or the size of this, which is 3. So then it's going to create the button at 3 and 4. So it's gonna override these. So it's gonna override these, and then I'm gonna call exit, which is going to delete 2, 3, and 4. So it's gonna just delete all of them. That's why. So I need to either... So, okay, so I know what the problem is then. So it's not this. Necessarily, but... So in GUI, when I create this, I need the ID to be something better. So can I just get last? Something like this. That'll probably fix the issue. Getting an exception on here for some reason. Segmentation fault. Oh no. Oh, because there's nothing in it. That's why. So not empty. I'd be surprised if that actually works. No. Motherfucker. If elements.empty id equals 0, why is picking a license for code so hard? Because it is. I don't even think, is this even licensed? I don't think it is. It's not. I guess they should license it, probably, I guess. Okay, that should fix the problem. Honestly, it should have just been generating like a random fucking number or some shit like that. Okay, what the fuck? I guess we could do this. If it's not empty, then it... That's a little bit cleaner. Why the fuck is it crashing still? Excuse me. It's still crashing. So elements is not empty. Okay, what the fuck is this value? Elements.end. Why are you fucking up the carpet? Maybe I should just generate random numbers? I don't fucking know at this point. Use the fucking time in milliseconds or some shit. So I need a way of generating an ID. C++ unordered map. Get last value. But it is unordered. So that actually is pointless as fuck anyway. No, not fucking... Why did I fucking write this shit myself? You, Windows.h? New? I don't want to deal with generating random numbers. It's such a pain. I guess, okay, the other thing I could do... so int last ID. And then the new ID, we'll get rid of that. Equals last ID. No. +1. There we fucking go. Oh, and then last ID. Yeah. Equals ID. Actually, we'll probably just do that. Or I think I need to post increment it. Yeah, we'll do that. That won't cause any problems. Surely. For some reason... Main menu. Yes, let's go! Let's fucking go! Jesus Christ! Oh. What the fuck? Process next simulation step. For some reason crashes if you go back? What? Huh? Is simulation continuing while the fucking... Why did it crash this time? Process next simulation step. That's our stack trace. That's it. That's not very useful. Why does it crash if I go back? It crashes in this thread. I guess I should go to thread 1. So for some reason we're doing... I see. And this crashed. I'm trying to guard the lock. For some reason. What are you doing? Are you being a crazy shadow in the night? No. Stay out of there. I don't know what this cat thinks it's doing, but I'm trying to grab her tail. I got it. I don't understand. So the main thread is here. And we're over here, and we stopped here. I'm not sure why. Oh, it said something in the logs, though. So I go to main menu, it works. If I go back, it crashes. What's on the console? Invalid argument. Invalid argument? What? Invalid argument. Terminate called after throwing an instance of SDD system error. What is happening here? Scene loaded. So we delete all the chunks. Sig abort. Why are we calling abort? Why? So I guess we're having trouble grabbing the lock for whatever reason. Is the lock already fucking acquired or something? Let's go to main menu. I can do this. Sandbox. Init graphics. Okay, that's a little better. Init graphics. What chunk are we on? Error loading because Python cannot access memory address? Why the fuck are we using Python? What? That's a new issue. God damn it. So go to the sandbox. What is the value of lock? Mutex. I have no fucking clue what the problem is. I'm just going to ignore the problem and pretend that it doesn't happen. Because it doesn't exist if I pretend it doesn't. Oh, it's because I just don't start. Yeah. Settings, nothing happens. Quit should just close. Yes. Alright. So, shit works, but going back to the sandbox scene does not work right. I bet it's because this is happening. No, I doubt that. No, this is generating buffers. I should be calling that before update is called and before render is called. So what if I don't simulate chunks? Let's see if that brings a different thing up. So everything seems to work. Back to main menu. Back to sandbox. Oh, what the fuck is that? That looks tasty. Okay, something GPU is on fire for real. I need my mouse. First quit. Chunk mesh. Yeah, we fucking crashed on destructing something, I think. Yeah, we fucking... There's some weird shits going on. GPU spaghetti. So... shit's not loading in correctly when... you go back to the scene for some reason. So there's definitely some sort of issue somewhere, that's for sure. If that wasn't obvious. So... is this like... is there just something I'm not cleaning up all the way? Particle chunks. Chunks lock, chunks thread. There's just gotta be something in here that's like... Like if Chung's lock is still locked maybe for some reason. No, that wouldn't make sense. It shouldn't be. Then this wouldn't load anything in, and then it's just accessing deleted memory? That doesn't make sense. Could try that though. GPU spaghetti. Let's see. No. See, it's because I'm not locking the cursor for some reason. So it's fine initially. And if I go back to main menu, shit's fine. Then if I go back to sandbox, it just does not have a good time. So I'm going to disable this. Cursor locked. That way it doesn't do weird shit while I'm trying to... I need to debug, because while I'm trying to debug it, it's not helpful. If I go to main menu, and then sandbox, need a debug mode. So you load everything in, main menu, sandbox, immediately crash. Yeah, this is not loading, this is just not loading them in, it looks like. Hold on. I need to go to scene system. Next scene name C string. Oh, we have a little bit more useful information what's going down in this console. Alright, so we go to sandbox. Scene, sandbox, scene loaded. Everything's fine. Main menu. Scene, main menu, scene, loading, unloaded. Stop requested for chunks thread. Sandbox. We crash. Okay, so something weird's going on. Scene sandbox, scene loading. But we don't actually load anything in. But then it's saying that we loaded that many in. So there's still stuff in particle chunks, but it's deleted memory. Uh, clear. Doubt it's that. It's because there's still shit in it. And we're just accessing deleted memory. Main menu, sandbox. There we go. Yep. That was fucking it. Because we were we were accessing deleted memory and it was like, what? And that's probably why we got the GPU spaghetti. What's that? Come here. Rawr. I caught you. Hydrate? Okay, I'll do that in a moment. I have a cat in my hands. Alright, you can be freed. Looks like I need to go get more water, so I will be right back in a few minutes. What are you doing? Got myself some water. Accidentally spilled water everywhere. Wait, stop ripping up the carpet. Yeah. You silly cat. You're driving me crazy. Where'd you go? Don't you dare think about it. Meow. I'm watching you. Yeah? Meow. Yeah? Why you biting me for? Alright, I get you. My cat wants to play with me. Cat wants to play. She's being annoying. Ow. Your claws are sharp. cat better than stream? Real. That's why I like having her on the stream, because people care more about the cat than they do me or what the hell I'm doing. Like, actually, honestly. People care more about cats. That's why I want to get a cat cam. Sriracha, you're gonna be popular. She requires a little bit of playtime. I haven't done anything with her all days. Oh, she does a little butt wiggle. She runs away with it. I love cats. I also... They piss me off, but I love them. Just gotta love the things that piss you off sometimes. Someone's smoking the stinky dank outside and it does not smell good at all. Ugh. I don't know why you would smoke that shit. Ugh. It smells awful. In my humble opinion. Okay. So yeah, that was our problem all along because we were being a dumbass. And I figured it had to probably do something with not cleaning up memory, right? I mean, okay, technically I am actually cleaning up memory. I'm just this system thinks, oh, which one? Oh, this. The handle chunks around the player. It's like, oh, we already have all the required chunks around the player. There's no need to do any of this. Oi, get off the shelf. Come on. God damn it. So yeah, it does that. But this particle chunks thing still, you know, got the values in it. Still got the key value pairs, even though the values are essentially nothing now. I guess the thing I should do is chunk is null pointer. That could help. Because technically it's deleted memory now. Isn't that right, Sriracha? Which might have helped before to be like, null pointer exception. Why are we having null pointers? And it probably would have led me here a little faster. But, you know, we're fine, we're fine. We'll figure it out, we'll figure it out. Okay. Let me check the Discord. What did you say in here? Wackery? Welcome Axel to the Discord server. I needed the Discord server a little more set up. But for now it's fine. Alright, let's see. Anyone new to lurk right now? I'm gonna go to my little break scene here. You can also lurk you. Just just have more Chrome tabs open. Okay. So, alright, what have we done here? What have we done here? We have a settings button that does not do anything right now. That seems like an issue. We are loading the chunks, but they don't. So, okay, so we're still experiencing issues. Okay, so chunks unload. They don't load in anymore. What did I just do? This is working before. Oh, I'm not simulating them. I don't think that has anything to do with that, though. We're loading them in. They're just not getting rendered. What? Does this happen normally too? Oops. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Chunks do not load properly. So they're loading in, but they're not getting rendered. What the fuck? And this is just something that's just happening now. They're never getting rendered. So we're loading them in. What? Meow. Yeah. What are you meowing me for, huh? She's probably telling me to go to bed. Let's be honest. It's probably what she's telling me. Why the fuck are these not fucking working anymore? And it's also just on start now. Is it because of fucking depth test or something? They're just not fucking rendering. The initial ones that render, but the rest don't. It's loading them, but it's not. What? I'm so confused. Why did that just stop working? What did I fucking change? That's literally all I fucking changed. We're still calling init graphics. This was working before, right? No, it was not. Okay, so it was something in the last commit. Okay, so they're loading in, but they're not. We're getting this as we move around. So loading chunk at position. We are loading the chunk, at least. We are removing them. We're just not adding them. I don't see why that wouldn't be working. So we go to render. Rendering. Damn it. Gotta put fucking slash in at the end. And I also need to run it in debug mode, not in this mode. Okay, so it is supposedly rendering that many chunks still. But it's not actually rendering them. I don't think I fucking changed anything that would have fucking broken that. Like, I didn't even mess with render, so... Why is it not rendering new ones? What? What? I only did one commit. Oh, fucking cat, get down. God damn it. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I know what's happening now. So when we create said chunk, we need to fucking init the graphics. Big brain moment. Massive brain moment. My goodness. Because this used to initialize the graphics on construction. It doesn't do that any longer. I bet it all works now. So it's not even able to render anything. This is why I need like fucking OpenGL errors better. There we go. That's better. Made a huge mess. Okay, we found out the problem. So if I go to main menu, we go back to sandbox, does it work properly? Everything seems to be working fine. It's a bit laggy, but yes. Settings don't do nothing yet. And quit, just quits. Let's go! Alright, add certain progress, I guess. So should chill out a little bit. I love that I didn't actually do anything I was planning on doing. Tired of streaming to 0? Well, fucking joke's on you. I am streaming to a total of 2 people on Kick. Okay. Apparently I have 10 followers on Kick already. I had no idea. Okay. So, I have done absolutely nothing I set out to do today. SMH. I mean, I guess I could start on that. How long have I been live? Almost 6 hours? Do I? I mean, I guess I should. I've been avoiding this for so long, and I found another way to fucking avoid it. SMH. I mean, I can at least get the simulation stuff out of the chunks. I feel like this stuff was really important, though. So, like, it wasn't a waste of time or anything, but, like... It wasn't the thing I wanted to do today, that's for sure. Alright, we'll go ahead and commit this. So... What do we do? Pause screen... and some bug fixes. I feel like this is more like GUI improvements, but whatever. Okay, so let's see. Loading screens are technically done, although I'd like to have it so that the loading screen stuff's on the actual on the actual scene itself rather than like controlled by an outer scene trying to do whatever it wants. But I guess it's not really that hard to do that. Maybe it is. It's a little bit of extra work, I guess, but really I need to focus on the chunks concept that I came up with. I guess the thing is I need to figure out if the chunks thing, what I talked about earlier, is actually what I want to do. So basically the idea is that chunks are just for loading and saving data and holding data. They don't really hold the data or the actual state. They just hold particles and they render it. That's all. Chunks just, they have particles, they render it. When they are constructed, they load data in from a file onto themselves. When they're deconstructed, they just dump that data out. That's it. Then they have functions for overwriting the data or getting the data in them. Then something, probably a middleman rather than just the simulation thing. Probably something in the middle, because I guess there needs to be a chunk manager that manages handling loading and unloading chunks as the player moves around, and that could probably be on its own thread, honestly. Just a whole like chunk manager thread. I guess that has problems though with initializing graphics. If it's on its own thread. So the graphic stuff. I guess like loading them in. You could just load them into like a temporary place, init their graphics, and then load them into like the actual thing, because rendering them is fine. And having them is easy. It's just when they like are loaded in and stuff. Oh, I guess there's some issues with that. Maybe that wouldn't be on its own thread. But what you could do is cast off the, like, reading the file and shit to another thread, I guess. No, that doesn't make any sense. The chunks would need to be on another thread. Or they need to load really fast. Or that's just where the chunk manager handles how they load in. Despite that. But yeah, you need something to handle loading and unloading them. And then also getting their data, putting in the simulation, and then also asking the simulation for the current state for a selection of area, and then putting that into a chunk. I think that sounds like a reasonable plan. Because then the simulation can happen. Oops, I turned that. I didn't mean to do that. The simulation can just do its own thing. And then you can just grab the state from it. I guess I'd have to think on it more, to be honest. Trying to figure out what actually makes the most sense. I think my camera is like slowly pointing more up. Here we go. Oh, so you're not scared when people are walking by here? What's up? Silly cat. Okay. I mean, I need to eat dinner. I need to do some other stuff, I suppose, so I'm gonna call it the end of the stream here for today. We'll go ahead and find someone to raid. I have pushed all my code. Don't forget to join the Discord server. It's in the corner somewhere. Or not in the corner, but it's the pin message. Join the Discord. I can close this. Cool. Let's see if there's anyone that we can raid. Raid out. Let's raid out to Odd Oculus. How about that? Start raid. And I'll go ahead and run the credits. So nothing eventful. No new subscribers. Thanks to everyone who is subscribed. No new gifts. No new cheers. Raids didn't work last time, and I found out why. It's because I forgot to code in the actual value. No raids this time. We did get a new follower. Thank you, Funky Lime. And thank you to everybody who chatted as well. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, night, evening. And, yeah. I'll probably stream tomorrow. I guess, yeah. I'll stream tomorrow. Do some more Sand Sim. Actually do this simulation stuff that I'm so much avoiding. So, thank you all for watching. And I will see you later.